Don't forget to hand in your assignments by the end of next week. Environmental friendliness is a new category in which campuses are competing. The health center is situated at the corner of the university behind the library. The United States is the largest chocolate manufacturing country. We didn't have any noticeable variance between the 2 or 3 tasks. His academic supervisor called in to see him last night. She has been in the library for a long time. The number of bankruptcies skyrocketed in the 3rd quarter. Internet provides unusual opportunities for students and current events. Today, we will be discussing the role of government in preventing injustice. You can only choose one subject from biology. To receive the reimbursement, you must keep the original receipts. You come with me, and the others just stay here. There are available audio records for this question. care needs to be taken for vulnerable groups during the periods of turmoil. To measure distance could take as much as 3 weeks. In this library, the reserve collection of books can be borrowed for up to 3 hours. It is acknowledged that his work is groundbreaking. If you want your seminar to be postponed, make sure to get permission first. It is interesting to observe the development of language skills of toddlers.
Let's say if I'm asking which source you often use to get information, newspaper, radio, TV, and the survey shows 62% of the people chose internet. You might be thinking I am going to say how important the internet is, or how quickly it has changed the world for a few years. But what if I tell you this survey is conducted on the website globeandmail.com? Our answer will be different because the people who did this survey on a website must be frequent users of internet. This sample is a biased sample, so we have to pay attention to how a survey is conducted.
I think with our linguistic training, we are also get all this invisible training to be authorities, to be the people who know. It is part of that process that you come out as a world authority on your chosen subject. But when we move into working with communities, we have to recognize that communities have to be the authority in their language. Actually, a woman in the class I'm teaching at Sydney at the moment, a career woman, expressed this very nicely. Although she was talking about something else, she was distinguishing expertise from authority. And certain linguists, because of our training, we have expertise in certain very narrow areas of language, but we don't have the authority over what to do with that knowledge or what to do with our knowledge that the community produces. I guess for me, the bottom line is languages are lost because of the dominance of one people over another. That's not rocket science. That's not hard to work out. But then what that means is in working with language revival, we continue to hold the authority. We actually haven't done anything towards undoing how languages are lost in the first place. So in a sense, the languages are still lost if the authority is still lost. After the recession era, Europe confronted a change in economy structures in Europe. After Industrial Revolution around the 19th century, the machinery was widely used in the manufacturing, so the production in factories increased. As a result, circulation of goods became faster, and this led to more accumulation of social wealth. Because of this, the population of middle class expanded, and this resulted in the additional accumulation of wealth. This research that conducted by pioneering scientists examined the extent and patterns of structural changes that have occurred in European economies during the recent crisis, using some stylized facts. Mainly on the new EU member states, we compared the performance of various European countries by looking at the differentiated impact of the recent crisis on structural shifts in their economy. We start with stylized facts related to output and employment structures at broader sectorial NACE2 level and attempt to find out whether there have been a structural convergence or divergence of the new EU member states, NMS, compared to the more advanced old EU countries, OMS, during the crisis. Finally, we provide also some policy conclusions related to the future role of the NMS in the economy of an integrated Europe, especially in view of post-crisis growth challenges. The financial crisis of 2008 to 2011 adversely affected the manufacturing industry more than services, particularly in terms of employment, and accelerated structural changes in favor of the services sector. The latter tendency was more pronounced in the NMS, though even here country, specific differences were remarkable. The importance of industry in this group of countries remains strong. There has been no EU-wide uniform pattern of structural change. The formulation of industrial policy at the EU level, even reaching the 20% target of industry's share in GDP, is challenging and hardly attainable.
The comics I show you with lots of people chatting around in a room is a form of description. We use different kinds of methods to describe a situation. Sometimes we have to use visual description, particularly when we do not witness a scenario. I was born during the Second World War, and my hometown is X. For example, when I asked my mother about the war, I always ask her, "You have mentioned this or that when you talked to me when you asked her about the shelter. I asked her what the shelter looks like, and when did you go to the shelter?" From her response, I could get more visual evidence as I can to write my book.
Today I want to talk about an important aspect of education, which is the education expenditure of the UK, compared with other European countries. Based on a recent paper published in The Economist Journal, UK has only spent 1% of its total GDP on tertiary education, which was insufficient as compared with other European countries, such as Finland and Denmark. For instance, the expenditure of Spain is close to the UK in some cases. In 2007, and this survey conducted among 50 major cities around the country. However, Denmark and Finland spent much more than the other European countries. So, if we decide to compare the education expenditure of the UK with various developing countries, we find mind-boggling figures in this regard compared to the other countries.
What do we call a period of 10 years? Decade. What do we call the piece of paper that proves you have bought an item? A receipt. What do you call the alphabetical list at the end of a textbook that tells you where to find specific information? Index. What do you need to see things which are far away? Binoculars. If a figure is hexagonal, how many sides does it have? Six. In which direction does the sun come up? East. Some calendars begin the week on Sunday. What is the other day which commonly starts a week? Monday. What do we call a book that contains lots of words with their meanings? Dictionary. What is the study of the stars and planets called? Astronomy. What is the word for a period of 100 years? Century. What kind of liquid do mammals feed their babies, children? Milk. Which organ is the blood pumped from? Heart. Which sweet food is produced by bees? Honey. Which symbol is used to complete a sentence? Full stop / period. How many years are there in a century? How many years are there in a passage of decade? Ten? What special document do most people traveling between one country to another need to carry? A passport. What word is used to describe frozen water? Ice. When the writer of a book is unknown, what word is used for the author? Anonymous. Would you go to a pharmacy or surgery to get a prescription filled after visiting a doctor? A pharmacy.
I'd now like to turn to the Roman, Latin writers of the period. Their achievements in the other arts, architecture, painting and sculpture, were rather second-rate and mostly in imitation of the Greeks. And it's true that Latin writers also wanted to emulate the Greeks and used their writers as models, but somehow the language wouldn't allow it. What I mean to say is, the particular qualities of the Latin tongue made for the excellence of their writings, especially the poetry. For one thing, Latin is capable of great compression. That is to say, it can convey in 5 or 6 words what we would need twice the number to say. What also helped Latin writing flourish was the nature of Roman education. Whatever its faults, as they would appear to us, its linguistic and literary emphasis seemed designed to produce orators and writers. A drawback of the system was that education was only available to the richer classes of society, and so Roman literature is mainly a product of those classes. This, in turn, meant that the subject matter was fairly limited and narrow in its social reach, though there were exceptions.
I understand that one major concern of yours in running a successful company, especially in the current economic climate, is the question of worker loyalty. Are you saying that such a thing no longer exists? And if so, what are some of the reasons for this? And how important is loyalty to the smooth and successful running of a company such as yours?
Well, I do think it's important, but I also realise that we can't go back to the old-fashioned sense of loyalty where an employee would spend his whole working life with one company or business. Mm-hmm. Our grandparents, even our parents' generation, expected long-term employment, and their loyalty was rewarded with health care and a pension. This is no longer the case. Many companies are no longer willing or perhaps even able to provide such a financial package. Besides, to a younger generation, sticking at the same job all your life isn't a very exciting or inspiring prospect. Some reasons for this might be the shortening of contracts, outsourcing, automation, and people holding down more than one job. In other words, we've all had to adapt to the realities of a rapidly changing, fast-paced economy. However, all this is not to say that loyalty is dead. Rather, it has changed emphasis. Today, it is more about trust, in that an employee will promise to bring his skills and engage fully in his work for as long as she or he is there. People change jobs a lot more these days, but I still believe that a company is better off with at least a core of people who stay for the long term.
Travelling in the mind's eye, through reading and more recently through electronic media, is a European habit of long standing. Ever since the age of discoveries in the Renaissance, Europeans have been interested in reports of life in faraway places. Of all the places in which Europeans were interested, America has received more attention than others, for a variety of reasons, the most important of which is that many Europeans themselves emigrated there. The report about America from the person who has been there is a literary genre that Europeans have devoured. As Europeans watched the United States grow from a British colony to one of the dominant nations of the world, a pattern of conversation developed among them about the meaning of this emerging colossus of the New World. There emerged a question, aptly stated by Richard Rose: is America inevitable or inimitable? The question is easier to ask than to answer, and both sides of the question are amply represented in American and European writing about America. The one stresses the uniqueness of America, that no nation or people can be compared with the experience of Americans. The other stresses that America is the forerunner of what European, even world society will be tomorrow.
People these days increasingly complain of suffering from allergies, to pollen, to cats, to dust, to certain foods like peanuts or shellfish, for example. But what exactly are allergies and why do we develop them? Well, an allergy is the body reacting to something that is trying to harm it. Sometimes the reaction is mild, sneezing or a rash perhaps, but in extreme cases it can be life-threatening. In an allergic reaction, the body is stimulated to produce histamines, which help to get rid of what is harmful. So your eyes and nose may stream as a way of losing irritating particles, or your skin may itch in order to make you scratch it and so remove any harmful parasites. In some societies these days, allergic reactions occur without the person being in a harmful situation. However, in situations where, say, hygiene is less developed, then the body's immune system spends its early years fighting off genuine problems, and so does not tend to overreact to harmless irritants at a later stage. So, how to deal with an allergy? The first step has to be to ascertain what triggers the allergic reaction, and then to avoid contact with that allergen as far as is possible. If avoidance is impossible, antihistamines can be prescribed to minimize the symptoms experienced by the sufferer.
Well, what I want to focus on now is climate change, more specifically on the fact that climate change is a result of human activities. Now, there has been some disagreement regarding the extent to which human activity can be blamed for climate change. But I want to argue that there is evidence which clearly demonstrates that our own actions really are causing a genuine threat. The available evidence seems to indicate fairly conclusively that land and sea temperatures started to increase around 200 years ago. So, what's the significance of this? Well, 200 years ago roughly coincides with the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the Northern Hemisphere. In other words, this was when our production of harmful gases really got going as a result of increased industrialization. Since that time, our production of gases has accelerated due to the fact that not only has industry grown in size, but it has also now spread to the southern hemisphere, indeed most parts of the world. So, in the last 200 years, as industry has grown, we can see a gradual rise in the temperatures, which, to my mind, is sufficient proof of the damaging effect of our actions, and needless to say, it's an issue which we need to address.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm 𝐏𝐓𝐄. Got a minute? There are many occupational hazards in space travel, but Russian researchers have discovered a new one, meaner bacteria. Scientists launched colonies of bacilli. The bacteria became much more aggressive and started to eat spaceship components. Feed me! That's because they began to produce unusual enzymes, probably because of exposure to cosmic radiation and the lack of gravitation. The study on board the Mir and Photon 2 spaceships found that the changes occur even during short flights of 10 to 14 days. The bacteria change size and shape, and their DNA changes too. Some genes that are dormant on Earth switch on, producing the enzymes. The researchers think that it's also likely that the mutant bacteria could pose greater threats to astronauts, who already suffer from immune system problems in space. But there's one piece of good news. When the bacteria return to Earth, the aggressive traits vanish. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm 𝐏𝐓𝐄.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Jason Goldman. Got a minute? Animals that live in the city are usually less wary of humans than their rural counterparts. Most people think the boldness comes from experience. Since the majority of humans are rather harmless, the critters learn to go about their business without fear. But the truth turns out to be far more interesting, at least for Australian swans. Turns out the city birds are genetically different from their country counterparts. Australian researchers looked at two groups of swans. One population lived on a pond in the center of Melbourne. The second hung out just 30 kilometers away in a more bucolic setting, surrounded by far fewer humans. The researchers measured what they call each bird's flight initiation distance. Basically, how close could a human get before the swan would just fly away?
And we found that the flight initiation distance for the swans at the urban environment was only 13 meters. And on average at the non-urban environment it was 96 meters. So there's like the 83-meter difference, a really big difference in how wary these swans are at the two habitats.
Victoria University ecologist Wouter van Dongen. The researchers also took blood samples from some of the swans to analyze their DNA. And almost 90% of urban swans had the same variant of a gene for dopamine transport, while just 60% of rural birds had that version. And those swans were less wary of humans than were the swans with the rarer genotypes. Dopamine influences a lot of brain function, so the gene variation could be behind the difference in swan attitudes. The study is in the journal BMC Evolutionary Biology. Since swans can easily fly wherever they want, the researchers think that the bolder birds don't mind setting up shop in the city, while the more timid swans prefer the quieter country life. And that's something that wildlife managers should keep in mind.
With release programs, often you breed up a small, say, population of whatever animal, and then you release them into the wild. And so one potential application of our research is to select individuals that are better able to cope with human disturbance, those that are less wary of humans, and release them into those areas that are more likely to experience human disturbance.
Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Jason Goldman.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Katherine Harmon. Got a minute? On Election Day, where do you vote? If it's in a church, you might be inclined to vote more conservatively than if you cast your ballot at a school or government building. That's according to research published in the International Journal for the Psychology of Religion. And the effect seems to hold, whether you're Christian, Muslim, or agnostic, progressive, independent, or conservative. The study found that when random people were surveyed in front of a church, they gave more socially and politically conservative responses than people surveyed while standing in front of a government building. The shift in people's attitudes, the researchers suggest, was likely a result of visual priming, meaning that people who could see the religious building were, consciously or not, getting cues that influenced their response. The surveys were conducted in Europe, so it's possible American voters might react differently. But the survey included subjects from more than 30 countries to try to minimize a particular national bias. So, before you cast your vote this election year, think about whether your view is influencing your views. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Katherine Harmon.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. You can't judge a book by its cover, but you can judge a dog by its coat. You can even read right through to its genes, because a study in the August 27th online issue of Science shows that just 3 key genes govern the length and texture of dog fur. Domestic dogs come in a stunning variety of shapes and sizes, and different breeds wear different coats. They can have short hair or long hair, or fur that's straight, wavy, curly, wiry, or smooth. To find the genes responsible for this furry rainbow, scientists scanned the DNA of 1,000 individual dogs from 80 different breeds, and they found that every coat's appearance boils down to 3 simple traits: length, curl, and texture, and that each of these traits is controlled by just one gene. So a long-haired golden retriever has one variant of a gene called FGF5, whereas a short-haired lab has another. By mixing and matching variants of these 3 genes, you get everything from a curly-haired poodle to a wired-haired Scottie with bushy eyebrows and a droopy mustache, which is probably more than you'll ever need to know about the hair of the dog that bit you. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Steve Mirsky. Got a minute? A direct effect on human health related to climate change is the likely increase in infectious diseases transmitted by insects or through contaminated water. In the March 25th issue of the New England Journal of Medicine, infectious disease researcher Emily Schumann points out that insects are more active at higher temperatures and broaden their range. Altered weather patterns bring drought to some areas, flooding to others, and a higher likelihood of water contamination to both. The World Health Organization predicts a 3 to 5% increase in the population at risk for malaria, with a temperature increase of 2 to 3 degrees Celsius, and 2 degrees is our best-case scenario right now. The WHO also sees 10% more diarrheal diseases related to unclean water by 2030 due to climate change. Schumann urges the development of warning systems to spot disease outbreaks early, along with continued research into treatments and vaccines, which, she writes, will go a long way in preventing human suffering that could otherwise occur as a result of climate change. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Steve Mirsky.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. For those interested in preserving the environment, this week brings sobering news about ethanol. This fuel, distilled from plants like corn and switchgrass, has been widely touted as an eco-friendly, clean-burning alternative to gasoline. But a study published this week in the journal Environmental Science and Technology suggests that replacing our current gas guzzlers with vehicles that burn ethanol would actually increase pollution and damage human health. Stanford scientist Mark Jacobson used a computer model to predict air quality in the year 2020, when ethanol-powered cars were expected to be widely available in the U.S. His simulation showed, among other things, that cars that burn a blend of 85% ethanol will significantly increase ozone, a prime ingredient in smog. So in a world where the cars run on switchgrass juice, more people will get asthma, more people will be hospitalized with respiratory distress, and more people will die from breathing in ozone than if we kept on driving our gas-powered clunkers, at least according to Jacobson. So if you want to celebrate Earth Day this weekend, raise a glass of bubbly to our beautiful planet. Just don't share any with your gas tank. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. If you woke up this morning and the newspaper headline screamed, "Meteor headed for Earth," you'd think, that's not good. And you'd probably be right. But sometimes a little cosmic bombardment can be just what the doctor ordered. In a study published online in the journal Nature Geoscience, researchers in Sweden say that 470 million years ago, meteor showers might have boosted our biodiversity. The scientists were studying rocks from China and Scandinavia, and they were looking for two things. First, they were counting the number of different clam-like species they could find. Second, they were searching for chemicals that were carried here by meteorites, extraterrestrial chromite, stuff like that. They found that a huge burst of diversification coincides exactly with the time when meteors a mile wide were raining down on the planet. But wait, didn't an asteroid wipe out the dinosaurs? Well, yes, but without all those earlier impacts promoting diversity, maybe there wouldn't have been any dinosaurs in the first place. And if a meteor hadn't then slammed the dinos, mammals like us might never have made the scene. So when it comes to space rocks, one man's ceiling is another man's flora and fauna. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. If you're like me, somewhere in your closet, or maybe in a drawer, you probably have a pair of pants you hope to someday fit into. Again. But staying on a diet and finding time to exercise, it's no walk in the park. But wait, before you swear off the spaghetti, scientists at the State University of New York in Stony Brook have stumbled onto a new way to slenderize. They found that mice that spend 15 minutes a day standing on a vibrating platform are leaner than mice who just stand still. Their results appear in the current online edition of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. All the animals in the experiment were allowed to eat their fill. After 15 weeks, the shaken mice didn't actually weigh any less, but compared to the mice who hung out on a stationary platform, they had about 30% less fat around their middles. The SUNY scientists think that the jiggling kept fat cells from forming. Whether it would do the same for people, you never know. And here you thought New Yorkers were lean and mean because they're always in a hurry, rushing here and there. Maybe it's because they spend so much time standing on vibrating subway platforms, waiting for the Uptown Express. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. Thinking about getting a new tattoo? Maybe a nice 3D double helix or an I heart Higgs bosons? Well, you might wind up getting some mycobacteria with your body art. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has turned up about 24 cases of this infection from contaminated tattoo ink. Last January, public health officials in western New York State launched an investigation after a tattoo recipient reported a persistent rash, itchy red bumps all over his new tat. A skin sample tested positive for Mycobacterium chelonae, a microbe common in tap water. A list of the tattoo artist's clients turned up another 19 cases of the rash, including 14 confirmed infections with the same bug. The tattoo parlor itself was clean, no bacteria in the water supply, but a bottle of pre-mixed gray ink turned up positive. This gray wash, which is used to give tats a shaded 3D quality, was most likely contaminated during its manufacture, and has since been recalled, but not before a handful of additional cases cropped up elsewhere around the country. So if you're really itching to express yourself, a tattoo might indeed be just what the doctor ordered. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. Various studies have suggested that eating garlic can be good for you. It's been credited with lowering blood pressure, protecting against heart disease, preventing blood clots, even fighting off colds. Now researchers from the University of Alabama at Birmingham think they have a better idea how garlic might work its medicinal magic. The Alabama team exposed red blood cells to the juices pressed from a standard supermarket issue clove of garlic, and they found that the garlic-soaked cells started giving off hydrogen sulfide, which is the gas that gives rotten eggs their delightful bouquet. Okay, I know you're probably thinking that smelling like sewage seems even more odious than reeking of garlic, but on a molecular level, a pinch of hydrogen sulfide can increase blood flow, which could explain some of garlic's cardiovascular benefits. Of course, more studies are needed to show whether a clove a day really does keep the doctor away. In the meantime, enjoy your garlic bread, and don't worry about the garlic breath. Just think what the insides of your arteries must smell like. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. Sometimes it pays to look like a pile of poop. At least if you're a tasty caterpillar trying to avoid getting eaten by hungry birds. Because a study in the journal Science shows that even young chicks tend to overlook caterpillars disguised as dung. Animals have come up with some pretty clever tricks for keeping themselves off a predator's dinner plate. Some use camouflage, adopting colors and patterns that help them blend into the environment. Others masquerade as something inedible, like bird droppings or twigs. But scientists got to wondering whether the two approaches are really so different. Maybe critters dressed as twigs also blend in, so that predators just don't see them. To find out, scientists presented some twiggy-looking caterpillars to two sets of hand-reared chicks. They found that baby birds that had never seen sticks before gobbled those bad boys right up. But chicks who were shown real twigs first took much longer to peck at the mimics, and did so more gingerly than their naive friends. That means the birds could see the caterpillars, but were fooled by the costume, at least temporarily, which for a caterpillar on a leaf in the wild could mean the difference between eating and being eaten. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin. This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Karen Hopkin. This'll just take a minute. Location, location, location. We all know it's true of real estate, but it may also apply to the ballot box, because a team of American researchers has found that where people vote affects how they vote. The scientists looked at results from the 2000 general election. In Arizona that year, the ballot included an initiative to raise state taxes to support education. What they found is that people who happened to be voting in a school building were more likely to vote for the proposal than people who voted at a firehouse or a church. Their results appear in the June 23rd issue of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And same thing happened in the lab. Subjects were shown a series of images, some of which pertained to schools. Later on, in what they were told was an unrelated experiment, they were asked to vote on funding for education. Folks who'd looked at lockers were more likely to vote yes. Whether voting in a church might affect where people stand on gay marriage or stem cell research remains to be seen, but it's probably a good thing that more people don't cast ballots in diners. Might make it impossible to get rid of all that political pork. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Karen Hopkin.
This is Scientific American 60-Second Science. I'm Cynthia Graber. Got a minute? Londoners love their fish, and according to a new study, in the early 13th century, they suddenly started importing it from as far away as the Arctic near Norway. The research is in the journal Antiquity. About the year 1000, sea fishing increased significantly in northern Europe. To see how that increase influenced urban growth, researchers looked at 95 excavation sites in London, which included about 3,000 bones from codfish. Cod are decapitated before being dried for transport, so finding heads meant the fish were local. And the researchers found that as fish heads appeared to decrease in the early 1200s, fish tails dramatically increased, a sign of importation. Examination of the chemical isotopes in the tails matched those for fish in waters far to the north, probably off Norway close to the Arctic, more evidence of import. The scientists do not know if the rapid switch from local to imported cod happened because local fish weren't as plentiful as the population increased, or if the market became flooded with dried imports from the north. But these fishtails tell a story of London becoming a growing economic center and part of a globalizing fish trade. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American 60-Second Science, I'm Cynthia Graber.
New parents can act pretty strangely. For example, they often have an obsessive interest in what comes out of their baby's bottoms. Now researchers at Stanford University join them in their diaper diving to explore when and how bacteria colonize the human gut. Adults harbor complex microbial ecosystems within their GI tracts. These bacteria help digest food and contribute to a healthy immune system. But when a baby's born, its intestine is devoid of bacterial inhabitants. Within days, however, a cavalcade of microbes set up shop, establishing a vibrant intestinal community whose residents soon outnumber the baby's own cells. The researchers found that the early months were chaotic, with established species disappearing and new ones taking their place. But by the time the babies were 12 months old, each harbored a dynamic but unique collection of intestinal fauna. A set of fraternal twins had the most similar bugs, which suggests that genetics may have something to do with which bacteria stick around. Next, I'll look at how formula versus breast milk affects a baby's intestinal ecosystem. With so many questions left to explore, the researchers will no doubt be mining diapers for some time to come.
This is Scientific American 60-Second Science. I'm 𝐏𝐕𝐄. Got a minute? What do airport baggage screeners, students, and basketball players have in common? They all need a good night's sleep. A study presented this week at the annual meeting of the Associated Professional Sleep Societies suggests basketballers who get some extra Z's are more likely to score in a game. Stanford University researchers monitored members of the school's men's basketball team during 2 weeks of regular sleep cycles and then 2 weeks with extra sleep. With the extra sleep, the athletes reported increased energy, faster sprint times, and better free throw shooting. Another study found that college students who pull all-nighters to prepare for tests tend to have lower grade point averages than those who get regular sleep. And second and third graders with sleep disorders are more likely to receive bad grades in math, reading, and writing, according to a study from Chappaqua Public Schools in New York. But it gets even worse. A researcher from Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston found that airport baggage screeners who didn't get enough sleep made more errors in searching for unusual items that might be a threat. So you see, you need to catch Z's to catch bad guys. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American 60-Second Science, I'm 𝐏𝐕𝐄.
This is Scientific American 60-Second Science. I'm Christopher Intagliata. Got a minute? A hungry fish can kill prey with a quick bite. That is, of course, if its prey hasn't already died of fright. Take tasty dragonflies. The mere presence of predators, even caged ones, is enough to scare dragonflies to death, according to a study in the journal Ecology. Researchers collected wild dragonfly larvae and placed them in tanks with fish or insect predators. The larvae could see and smell their hunters, but were kept safe by underwater cages. After 2 months, the researchers took a head count and found that dragonfly larvae sharing quarters with their killers were 2 to 4 times as likely to die off, compared to counterparts living in predator-free waters. And they had slimmer chances of surviving metamorphosis, too. The authors suggest a couple reasons why. First, prey tend to make fewer forays for snacks when predators are lurking around, so they may not be as nutritionally fit. And previous studies have shown that the presence of predators ups stress levels in prey, weakening their immune systems and making them more vulnerable to disease and death. As if being eaten wasn't enough to worry about, looks can kill too. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American 60-Second Science, I'm Christopher Intagliata.
This is Scientific American's 60-Second Science. I'm Steve Mirsky. Got a minute? Back on January 15th, U.S. Airways Flight 1549 made that amazing water landing in the Hudson after both engines were taken out by Canada geese, which can weigh 8 pounds each. Now scientists have used forensic techniques to clear local geese. The perpetrators were out-of-towners. The study appears June 8th in the journal Frontiers in Ecology and the Environment. Crash investigators sent feather samples from the plane's engines to the Smithsonian, which has a dedicated feather identification lab. The researchers examined the feather's hydrogen isotopes, which include regular hydrogen atoms and hydrogens with additional neutrons. The isotope ratios tell you about the bird's diet, and that tells you where they dined. The analysis showed that the birds that hit the plane were much closer to geese migrating from Canada's Labrador region than the geese who live year-round in New York. That info could be important for strategies to avoid future bird strikes. The usual techniques for keeping resident birds away from planes are still working, but we need new ones for strangers just passing through. Thanks for the minute. For Scientific American's 60-Second Science, I'm Steve Mirsky.
Some interesting facts about the great reptilian fossils recently discovered in Wyoming and Colorado have come to light. The bones found represent reptiles of many sizes, from that of a cat up to 160 feet high. The latter, found at Como, Wyoming, belong to the crocodile order, but the remains give evidence that the animal stood up on its hind legs, like a kangaroo. Another found in Colorado is estimated to have been 100 feet long. A great many remains of the same general class, but belonging to different species, have been collected and sent east. Among them from 300 to 400 specimens of the dinosaur, and about 1,000 pterodactyls, have been shipped from Colorado, Wyoming, and Kansas. The wings of one of the latter were from 30 to 40 feet from tip to tip. 17 different species of these flying dragons have been found in the chalk of western Kansas. There have also been found 6 species of toothed birds. Comparatively little has been done toward classifying the late finds, and the task is such an enormous one. Great importance is attached to them, however, since nothing of the kind had been found in America until a little over a year ago, and great stress had been laid by certain geologists on their absence. Another remarkable feature of the discovery was that the fossils which had been reported as not existing in this country had hardly been brought to light in one locality before thousands of tons of them were simultaneously discovered in half a dozen different places. The New South Wales government has apologised for yesterday's transport chaos in and around Sydney Harbour during the visit of the Queen Mary II and the Queen Elizabeth II. Roads were lammed, traffic ground to a halt, while tram and ferry services were swamped with thousands of additional passengers, with most services delayed for hours. Premier Maurice Humer says that plans were put in place to deal with the congestion, but the number of visitors well exceeded expectations. On the harbour itself there seemed to be as much congestion as there was on the roads, but everyone agreed it was an amazing spectacle. A lot of people just don't feel quite human without that morning cup of coffee. Now a study finds that the enhanced sense of well-being that caffeine can cause is reflected in our perception of words. Specifically, caffeine increases the ability to recognize words associated with positive thoughts, but doesn't provide the same boost for words with negative or even neutral associations. The research is in the journal PLOS One. Scientists assigned 66 subjects to one of two groups. Half got a 200 mg caffeine tablet, a dose equal to almost 3 cups of coffee. The other half received a sugar tablet. 30 minutes later, the volunteers were shown strings of letters, and had to decide as fast as they could if a string formed a word or was just gibberish. The volunteers Studies have shown that positive words tend to be recognized more quickly, but the caffeine increases the gap. So next time you wake up with a grumpy sweetheart, your compliments might be appreciated more if they have a cup of coffee first. Global warming might seem like a botanical boon. After all, milder temperatures and more carbon dioxide and nitrogen should feed flora. But a 10-year study has found that any initial positive effect on plant growth from climate change may soon disappear. The report is in the journal Nature Climate Change. Researchers transplanted vegetation from 4 grassland ecosystems to lower, warmer elevations. They also modified the precipitation at the transplant sites based on altered rainfall estimates. For the first year, the plants did great, producing more biomass and churning out more oxygen for us. But their productivity went down for the rest of the decade. What happened? Warming did speed up the nitrogen cycle, which should have increased nitrogen's availability as plant fertilizer. But a lot of the nitrogen left the soil through runoff or uptake into the atmosphere. In addition, productive native plants began to lose out to species that thrive at higher temperatures, but are less productive than the natives. Warmer temperatures may spur immediate growth, but in the long term, we can't expect plants to like it hot. The word hormone is derived from a Greek verb that means to excite. Hormones are found in all multicellular organisms and function to coordinate the parts of the organism. A hormone is a chemical signal. It is produced by one part of the body and is then transported to other parts of the body where it triggers responses in cells and tissues. The concept of chemical messengers in plants first emerged from a series of classic experiments on how plant stands respond to light. Think about this: a houseplant on the windowsill grows toward light. If you rotate the plant, it will soon reorient its growth until its leaves again face the window. The growth of a plant toward light is called phototropism. In a forest or other natural ecosystem where plants may be crowded, doctors know a lot about prescribing medications. Take 2 brisk walks and call me in the morning. But for many patients, a light get-moving plan might be just what the doctor should have ordered. Many of us aren't exactly in peak physical condition. But a large number of people are actually day-conditioned. So says the Mayo Clinic's Michael Joyner in an essay in the Journal of Physiology. After surgery, illness, pregnancy or extended inactivity for any reason, people might feel faint or fatigued when they try even mild exercise. These signs, Joyner argues, should be recognized by doctors not as symptoms that should be treated with drugs, but rather as a medical state of deconditioning that might be better helped with a gentle, guided exercise program. It might sound counterintuitive that fatigue can be beat back with exercise. But remember Newton, Isaac, not Fig. A body at rest stays at rest. And a body in motion needs to resist external forces acting upon it that might slow it down. Jack Nicholson, playing the crazed caretaker in The Shining, makes me reach for a blanket. Now a study finds that people we find, well, creepy can actually make us feel colder. The research will be published in the journal Psychological Science. Researchers interviewed 40 college undergraduates. During each interaction, the experimenter was either chummy with the student or very stiff and professional. The investigator also alternated between mimicking students' posture, a signal of rapport, and not doing anything at all. Participants then completed a questionnaire designed to find out how hot or cold they felt. The results showed that the subjects actually felt colder when the investigator acted inappropriately or sent mixed signals. The researchers conjecture that because the brain tries to interpret social cues and purely physical ones simultaneously, people unconsciously associate icy stares and chilly interactions with actual physical coldness. So the next time you have to visit your doctor with the creepy receptionist, bring a sweater. Every year, about 10 million tons of paper winds up in American landfills and incinerators, which is not only wasteful but adds CO2 to the atmosphere. Recycling helps, but even that material has to be repulped and paperized before you can use it to print out that recipe you'll never make. But what if you could wipe the page clean and use it again? Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation to the rescue. A new study shows that laser light can erase the toner from a piece of printed paper. The approach appears in the Proceedings of the Royal Society A. Taking a page from the Art Restoration Handbook, scientists sampled a variety of light sources to see if any could be used to strip the ink from laser-printed documents without damaging or discoloring the paper. UV and infrared were too harsh. But a bright green laser applied in 4 nanosecond pulses vaporize STHE print, leaving paper that looks as good as new. Such imprinters will probably run about $30,000, so they probably will not catch on for home use. But people in the recycling world might find that the green laser fits the bill for making paper that's really green. Dogs are not just man's best friend. Previous studies have shown that kids with dogs are less likely to develop asthma. Now a new study may show how, if results from mice apply to us. The work was presented at a meeting of the American Society for Microbiology. The study tests what's called the hygiene hypothesis. The idea is that extreme cleanliness may actually promote disease later on. Researchers collected dust from homes that had a dog. They fed that house dust to mice. They then infected the mice with a common childhood infection called respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV. You might picture Neanderthals as cavemen gnawing on bones around a campfire. Which wouldn't be inaccurate, but Neanderthals may have also dined on roasted vegetables and known a bit about medicinal plants too. So says a study in the journal Naturwissenschaften, The Science of Nature. Researchers analyzed hardened dental plaque from 5 Neanderthals found in 𝐿sidrón cave, in northern Spain. Yes, 50,000-year-old dental plaque. And they found a lot lurking between the teeth. Like evidence of nuts, grasses and green veggies, chemical traces of wood smoke, and tiny, intact starch granules, proof Neanderthals ate their carbs. And in one individual, they detected compounds found in the medicinal herbs chamomile and yarrow. The herbs have no nutritional value, and since Neanderthals did have the gene to detect the herbs' bitter taste, the researchers speculate that the cave dwellers were munching on them not as food, but to self-medicate. Not too far-fetched, they say, because primates like chimps also use medicinal plants. Luckily for the scientists doing this detective work, Neanderthals may have known a thing or two about medicine, but they didn't get regular checkups at the dentist. All around the world, significant parts of our cultural heritage are threatened by pollution, neglect, carelessness and greed. In learning the importance of our history, we come to understand the need to protect significant remains from the past so that future generations can come to understand their heritage. Touchdown confirmed. We are safe on Mars. The control room at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory late in the evening of August 5, Pacific Time, when word arrived that the Curiosity rover had landed safely on Mars. The 1-ton rover, which dwarfs all Mars landers that came before it, will now spend a planned 2 years exploring the Martian surface. The mission is expected to cost $5 billion. Curiosity's task is to investigate the inside of Gale crater, where a giant mound of sedimentary deposits may provide evidence of a wetter, possibly habitable Mars billions of years ago. But first it had to survive an elaborate landing sequence which appears to have gone smoothly. Curiosity landed on time and on target and soon beamed back grainy photos of its wheels and its shadow. Given the car-like size of the rover and the challenges of landing on Mars, Curiosity's landing goes down as one of the greatest parking jobs in history.
To figure out these counterintuitive findings, the researchers conducted an experiment in a hotel room. They rounded up some lizards, gave them a perch, and then used a leaf blower to mimic the effects of high winds. They set up a net to catch any lizards that lost their grip. As the artificial wind blew, the lizards moved so the perch took most of the airflow. But their hind legs would stick out, and if those rear limbs stuck out too far, they acted as sails.
Eventually, those back legs were blown off the perch, and the lizards were just holding on with their front 2 legs. And they could only hold on like that for so long as the wind speeds increased further and further until eventually they were blown off the perch and into the nets.
So shorter back legs gave a survival advantage, a trait that might be passed on to the next lizard generation.
Last year, astronomers observed 2 neutron stars collide, a crash transmitted in gravitational waves to detectors here on Earth. Represented in sound, you can hear a small upward sweep in frequency in the data, if you listen closely. Several seconds later, the first waves of electromagnetic radiation arrived here on Earth, the first time a collision has been detected by both light and gravitational waves. And it's in studying the electromagnetic echoes of the collision that astrophysicists have gotten a far better glimpse of what really happened after those binary neutron stars merged 130 million light years away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So it gives us an understanding of basically all the nitty-gritties of what is going on after the merger takes place.
Kunal Muley, an astrophysicist at Caltech. First, he says, the stars collided, creating a massive black hole-like object, which started sucking up the cloud of neutron-rich cosmic debris left over from the crash. But its appetite was limited.
It cannot eat all of it, so some bit of it basically escapes.
Those escaping leftovers spewed outward into space as a powerful jet. But along the way, Muley says, the jet appears to have interacted with that cloud of neutron-rich material, blowing up a sort of cocoon within the debris floating around the collision, until finally the jet burst out and slammed into interstellar space, releasing yet more radiation we could detect here on Earth. Crows, she says, are what's known as partial migrants. Every year, some members of the population migrate between breeding grounds and their overwintering grounds, like parking lots. But others just stay put. So Townsend and her colleagues wanted to know if that urge to migrate was something individual crows can turn on and off. To find out, they captured 18 crows from overwintering spots in California and New York. They fitted the birds with little backpack satellite tags and tracked them for several years. Overall, 3/4 of the birds migrated, an average of 300 miles. And more importantly, if they migrated once, they did it every year, suggesting traveling is not a habit they switch on and off. The researchers also found that migrating crows returned faithfully to the same breeding grounds every year, but they were more flexible on where to overwinter, which could be a good thing, Abandoned pueblos are scattered throughout the southwestern U.S., and at many, archaeologists have uncovered a curious artifact, the skeletons of Scarlet Macaws. The bird's bright red feathers are known to have been an important status symbol, a signifier of prestige, for people throughout the American tropics and the Southwest, both in the ancient world and today. But macaws are a tropical bird, whose range never extended north of today's U.S.-Mexico border. So how did the Pueblo people obtain the birds? To examine the bird's origin, scientists sequenced mitochondrial DNA found within macaw bones from 2 sites in New Mexico, Chaco Canyon and the Mimbres region. Turns out nearly 3/4 of the birds had identical mitochondrial genome sequences, meaning the ancient birds came from the same maternal line. That suggests they were all the products of a breeding operation, perhaps in modern-day northern Mexico, rather than a random collection of wild-caught birds. Brooke and her colleague Mark Newman studied who swapped messages with whom on a popular online dating platform in the month of January 2014. They categorized users by desirability using PageRank, one of the algorithms behind search technology. Essentially, if you receive a dozen messages from desirable users, you must be more desirable than someone who receives the same number of messages from average users. And then they asked, how far out of their league do online daters tend to go when pursuing a partner?
I think people are optimistic realists.
In other words, they found that both men and women tended to pursue mates just 25% more desirable than themselves.
So they're being optimistic, but they're also taking into account their own relative position within this overall desirability hierarchy.
And the study did have a few more lessons for people on the market.
I think one of the take-home messages from the study is women could probably afford to be more aspirational in their mate pursuit.
Well, in 2004, we integrated ticketing in southeast Queensland. So we introduced a paper ticket that allowed you to travel across all the 3 modes in southeast Queensland, so bus, train and ferry. And the second stage of integrated ticketing is the introduction of a smart card. And the smart card will enable people to store value, so to put value on the card and then to use the card for travelling around the system.
For the first time, Japanese researchers have conducted a real-life experiment that shows how some traffic jams appear for no apparent reason. They placed the 22 vehicles on a single track and asked the drivers to cruise around at a constant speed of 30 kilometers an hour. At first, traffic moved smoothly, but soon the distance between cars started to vary, and vehicles clumped together at one point on the track, but the jam spread backward around the track like a shockwave at a rate of about 20 kilometers an hour. Real-life jams move backward at about the same speed.
I delivered a report to President Obama laying out how far we've come since he put me in charge of the cancer moonshot. That was back in January. And to lay out a real vision for where we need to go in the immediate future, to do in 5 years what otherwise would take 10, to inject a real sense of urgency into the fight against cancer, and to change the culture and reimagine our system in order to be able to win. You know, when President Nixon declared a war on cancer in 1971, he had no army, he had no resources, and no clear strategy. But after 45 years of progress, funding research, training scientists and physicians, and treating millions of patients, we now have an army, and we have tools, powerful tools. And with the moonshot, we now have a clear strategy for the road ahead. It matters, folks, because there's a consensus now that we're at an inflection point with science, medicine, technology, all advancing faster than ever and offering real promise. But we can't play by the rules of 1971. We didn't have this working for us. Didn't have this.
The North Car Park will be closed on Sunday. The library has a wide range of collection of images and films. University departments should carefully monitor articles and publications by faculty. All mobile devices must be switched off during the examination. A very basic definition of computing is counting and calculating. Serve cold milk on Friday this week. The capacity of programming computers is expanding enormously every year. Climate change is not a pure reason for this scientific research. The library catalog is located on the first floor. In my opinion, this car should be repaired soon. The morning's lecture on business policy has been cancelled. The first assignment is due on the 14th of September. I would like all the engineering students to raise their hands. The university cafeteria offers different healthy meal options. The majority of academic publications are in English. Technology is no longer a simple tool that we can control. The workshop will show you how to search the library catalogs. There is a lot of traffic in the morning. The deadline of the marketing assignment has been extended. Mechanical engineering has become prominent since the Industrial Revolution.